that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniyam. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyam. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniyam. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniyam. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhaswara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Themes are raga, dvesha, moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Nandanam Patubhavo Ayatanam Patilabho Ayam Uchati Bhava Pachya Jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnashani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanahantse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dham, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Right. We'll pay homage to Alan Mahasi. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dharma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about there's the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. All the time when I try to say this, there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in three different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know, you know. um, uh, if you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So kind of there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone peers this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is, even in the field level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever, they still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind. And beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level. And even that, we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so. So now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan
Therwan
Saranai
Saranai,
to all
Therwan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpado Mahanse once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually, in the morning, Aryan Mahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yes,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah,
seeing the reality again,
hmm,
we can understand the reality, but
yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child, or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Valsi very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person naturally that awareness arises, and there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
mm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea, like we will do this and that, what you will pack, and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea, but unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand. These are the these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja, like that. It's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you uh, just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll go, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will, pack things up and will start, try to get a good vehicle and go. But then, as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax, that's where you give up, kind of give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is, they are laughing at us because it is happily there, because then now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikare, that is what's the
Wise
word? Wise
attention. That
attention,
is
wise
again
attention.
mindful.
Yeah, that one. And like try and understand how this happened, how this whole this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the sound, the non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So that's, we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, there's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time, so he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting, and he knew. How does he know? He knows, and that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this, whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen. That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self vibration, as well as the non self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Namaste and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts or each word matters. Because if we now when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting the Dhamma facts and this, I mean, all the phenomena, I mean, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. Some all Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. I mean, have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates uh, the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does I mean re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like the this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use the although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage agim, so we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Ms. Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That 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 should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? I think don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
looks like she is not in a position to talk.
Thiruvaan
If,
Sarnai.
she is there.
Thiruvaan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvaan
Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, yeah, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
Yeah, like
finer
how
point
people
to,
can
mm,
relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Mayava illusory conscious.
Yeah, the
Maya
illusion.
is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, you know, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha, dukkha satya, not that, not just that level, but there is it no dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our, you know, family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes, but there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this sansaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, you know, it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human, you know, human sensory organs. So it will be a, you know, America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see, or we hear, or we feel, or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000, or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then beneath that, there's another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of that is the outcome of cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99% I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we
Yes.
go through,
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare. And insight meditation is difficult for people to understand. So they just give up. They just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse, because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, way they look at the suffering, way they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the sila. The sila automatically is there. The sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshanaya and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, what do we call darshanaya? What is the word we call for darshanaya?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah, so that is the only thing that philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, you by how Aranwanse says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self angle actually changes the whole thing. And after that, sila happens, the samadhi happens, but it's samma samadhi. Right meditative state, I don't know. The meditative state where there is no self, and that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. Definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So that's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience. And when someone experiences it, then the whole noble eightfold path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self anger. You do something, you do it with the no self anger. You talk with the no self anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self anger. That's the beauty, and that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
न्यूज़ में आप बताना है कि
There was an answer. Did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dhamma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Aryan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in position to talk. Yes,
Yes, I
but
was about to say, Dr.
yeah,
Gopinath.
yeah.
I had a colleague in
Yeah,
office.
Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question, Aryan Hansi. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually.
Oh.
And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in Sinhala Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the single discussion, English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something, Aryan Hansa? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask Aryan Hansa if he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kokila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joining.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aryan. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion, but they don't know what is the feel. That's mind is your world. Mind is suffering and sadness. Everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating. Mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the Nibbana is there. That's very important. So how is mind creating? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explain this world. What is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power. like a mind power. There's nobody here. No one is there. System is this. System is working. System like this. So that's the ending the suffering. Someone understood this. Normally everything is normally going on. Normally everything is happening. No,
Yes.
it's very important. Yeah. It's not easy to understand because it's experience. It's not believing. It's not knowledge. It's not another type of syllabus or something. It's really happening here. So feel how it's coming is very important. Someone understood this. No problem anywhere. Everything can be happening, but you are in silence. That's the calm and cool mind, free mind. No death of the system is working. Every second, every time, thoughts are created. Thought is not anybody. Thought is only the thoughts. That's it. Just a thinking.
Mm.
Yeah, it's okay.
And I think a lot of our listeners are very keen to understand this and feel this.
Mm. Experience is very important. No? Peaceful mind. There's a calm and cool. There's a tranquility. It's an experience. You have experience as well. Suranga have experience. So people have an experience, that is right. They're struggling. Many guys are thinking, but this word is concentration. But it's not inside meditation. They are doing concentration meditation. It's not inside meditation. It's other. It's understanding. Someone want to understand. Someone understood what is truth here. The values are gone. Normally everything is happening. That's the Buddha's explain. That's the peaceful mind. That's the sadness, suffering, endless. That's the endless. It's otherwise is like a film. Everything is happening. You are not in the film. That's very important. Everything can be happen, no problem anyway. Nobody's here, that is why. But you are there, you can't tolerate it because you have ego now. But ego is fading. That's okay, no. It's not easy. Yeah. Normally your job or your daily, that's your lifestyle. So normally going on. It's no problem. You want experience. Everybody want experience. Yeah, Buddha's word is come and see. You know, you can experience it. It's very nice feeling. It's good. I think its time is now. So, what do you think about Surangika?
There was an iron answer. Yes, it's
Yeah.
really beautiful iron answer. I think that the tranquility that comes from within, and then the ability to still do the same things, isn't it? Aryan was still doing the home stuff, still doing the chores, still going to the market, still doing the job, and deadlines, and working 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. You don't feel that stress is not there. The problems were there only because we made it a problem. Grandmas those days, everything is what do you call it? Like a getima. Everything is questioned. That is because of that innate understanding of the Dhamma had not been embedded or entrenched. So everything becomes an issue then in the mind. Yeah. And then it's like an easy flow. It's like how you say water has no shape. Water takes the shape of everything, or the bowl that it is put into. If you put it into a glass, the water takes the shape of the bottle. Or if you put the water into a glass, the water takes the shape of the glass. It's like that. There is a blending without friction, isn't it?
That's a non-soul.
Yeah.
That's a non-soul pattern. You are not anywhere. I say everything is okay. Yeah, nature is there. You are in somewhere. There's something. That's the problem. It's you. You are not anywhere. No problem. No, it's okay. That's about shape. What's the is okay. Art is okay. But you have art. You have shape. It's okay. You can't tolerate other shapes. That's why. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Your style. Yeah. Your art. That's your art. It's your experience given you art. Otherwise, your mind also experience. So that's Abhisankara. Buddha's word is a spark. Is automatically generating the power, more power. It's a more ego. It's you. You who are you are a doctor or anything. So that's your ego. You have a value. You are given. You are given to you are given value to you. That's why, no.
Yeah.
It's okay. Nobody value given to you. You not you is the you don't care for anybody. It's okay. Otherwise, that's the black sheet.
Yeah.
That's good idea. That's good idea. It's easy life. That's good, I think. That's the final result. It's okay. That no problem for that. That's a big cool. No, otherwise the monk like that, no value. It's okay. The monk haven't properties. Monk haven't money or anything. That's why no monk is emptiness. It's okay. Nothingness. No value. That's not a physical. It's a inside. It's a mind. You weren't there. Nothingness stage. It's a peaceful. That's a tranquil. Otherwise, yeah, it's good. I think. It's okay today. I think time is now is over. Okay, tomorrow we can discuss again. Okay, Kokila. Okay, Suranka.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Everybody.
නමස්කාර වේවා.
Everyone, sir, I have an answer. Everyone, sir, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 4, second paragraph. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience as outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the na tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the breadfruit tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The tying of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it is a knowing. A thought means that you know. It is also known as the vijnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image equals to a thought. The tying of the sound to the image is the thing that creates a story for us. If the sound is regarded as only a sound, and if the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then a thing or an object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. Ditta means seeing, or chakku vinyana, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing, or sota vinyana, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to other senses too. Mutta means all the other three types of senses, feelings. Smell or gaha vinyana, smell consciousness. Taste or jivha vinyana, taste consciousness. Body sensations or kaya vinyana, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let the body sensations of heat, cold, and the touch feeling be only a body sensation. Then a story cannot be created for us. There was some everybody.
Teron Sanachani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanwanse. Teruan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we explain the pure Buddhism and help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence, and also guide you to understand your defilements and to diminish them. Our goal is to assist you to experience the freedom of mind. Thiruvan Sarnai. First, we invite Sudharma Gamagire to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Let's once again worship Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this unique, beautiful truth, pure truth with the entire world. So today Shani read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2, and as we started reading the book yesterday, it was there clearly mentioned, and now also Mr. Bernard clearly emphasized that this is the journey to find out the truth. What is the truth of life? What is the truth? What is the meaning of this life? So at the earlier, we actually were in kind of illusion in terms of Buddhism also, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time. And we were like a stray. We were going here and there without uh, looking for this true Dhamma, this beautiful thing. Fortunately, after 2500 years, through penetrative meditation or insight meditation, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has reawakened the true Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana, which almost disappeared from the world due to numerous reasons. So very recently, Aryan Wahanse also questioned, what is this truth from the disciples? What is this truth? When earlier we used to say it is actually non-existence of the world. This external world is an illusion. It is not, but it is an incomplete answer. It is not the answer. What he wants us to understand is it is not the fake or the illusionary nature of the external world. It is, the truth is that there is no self, there is no person, there is no person as such, there is no self as such. Isn't it surprising? Can we believe it? From the very moment that somebody showed our image in the mirror and introduced us, giving us, signing the name, and then were giving us warmth, the and always energizing the self image, self perception, self vibration with warmth, with touch, with smells, with all those taste and sounds, and then images to the eye and thoughts to the mind. So the unknowingly, ignorantly, this self image was energized, and gradually we grew up with the false belief that everything external is real, and everything happens to me, and I am just savoring all my sensory inputs, and they are on this side, the person is there, the out there, the all the entities, living, non-living, all stuff, well, was real. So this fake view, this wrong view was challenged with this true Dhamma. The moment we heard this beautiful message, this true message, it was at once very difficult to believe. And in the morning sermon also, Aryan Hanse said, the groundbreaking revelation made in Buddhothpado sermons is to reveal that everything, the world, the birth happens the very moment the two vibrations come together and automatically generate some power. And also he refers to the that the other very fresh, actually, uh, first ever kind of revelation of these pains, the vibration that occurred in the zygote. So, and he emphasizes this is not all, because gradually when the disciples come to a certain age, when they automatically develop this wisdom to understand the next deeper level, he would make more revelations, and he is so determined that his disciples will end up this samsaric flood of samsara or life and birth somehow. So we are so privileged. I can't. We actually We can't explain that gratitude in words, because who other than Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, who else has given us this assurance that you are going to end up, you are going to liberate from your mind and this samsaric cycle. And then this section actually emphasizes that we have to understand the uh, theory in the sense the wisdom of truth, this philosophy very clearly, because it is emphasized that this practical experience or the practical approach is only for the people who have some understanding of the philosophy. So today also, in the reading, Shani mentioned that what is given in the book in relation to each sensory faculty, what the feeling, the experience, the sensory experiences become personal experiences ignorantly. But with this true Dhamma, what we came to know is the length of our life, the lifespan is just the uh, s- just an instantaneous experience. Life, our living is just an instantaneous experience because it is only the length of the thought. So thought occurs in such a very, I mean, incalculable uh, time because it is given in split seconds. It's kind of such a small fraction of a second, even millisecond, I think. So, and what happened is, as it is mentioned in this section today also, we have a feeling of continuity when when the shape of a tree or when the shape of let's say the image of this particular system, the self system we call, appears, we ignorantly get the feeling this image was there uh, 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and it has grown. Now we have a mature image. It's the self. From the day when we went to the school and the teacher asked us to write an essay on myself, so we wrote, I am so and so, I have this, my parents are all, I, me, my things. We have like fertilized in a way, that like energized, we have strengthened that. So uh, but the beauty is now we have the weapon. We know how this self vibration occurred and how this power is generated. So mistakenly the thought power is taken as the self self actually self sense of self. So, and on top of that, there is this story of the taints also. But however, now we know the magic, the strategies used by the magician to create this illusion of the self. I would rather say not the external entities, illusionary world, but the illusion of self. That is the focus. And then so when we understand this, later we'll come to realizations, we'll experience certain things then and there. We'll as our Dhamma friend, especially Dr. Kokila, every day explains this about this instantaneous, actually not the instantaneous, instant of liberation. A disciple should at once experience that. And yesterday it was questioned by Dr. Sakuntala, and it was beautiful to know that the system is unaware of this instant of liberation, because it is not a familiar experience. But fortunately, it might telepathize in the journey at some point. when we get stronger and stronger, not as a person, this realization gets stronger and we understand in and out, I mean, all these concepts properly, we all will be able to experience this non-self instant. Today, then again, now all Dhamma friends have joined. It is again, we are going to discuss a practical approach in the next section. So this section also dealt with the wisdom of truth, this message, the mechanism behind the sensory faculties, especially the mind consciousness, how it acts as the main magician to give us the feeling that we live in an existing world and the self also exists. There's continuity. Teruvan Saranai. So,
I just have to add something there. Yesterday, Dr. Sakuntala's question about whether someone may not be aware, it is may not. It's the word may is very important. It's may. It may or may not be. It's not everyone. Lord Buddha's time. It's only like rarely there is a discussion where some people coming back and asking, Lord Buddha, are you sure? Like that, and Lord Buddha reassuring, yes. So that was not a straightforward answer given yesterday. It was that rarely one may not exactly know what happened. That was only not all the time. Usually it's a very unusual experience, or it will be felt. And also the definition of what the experience may not be there unless there is a noble friend to understand what happened. So I just wanted to add that it's not all the time. Don't take things as a like 100% things. Yeah, and we can continue discussion today. So I actually missed the book part. Sorry about that, but I can see that it is the same parts we were discussing, isn't it? Same dumb points.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, in this section, Mahavyan Mahanse mentions that this is actually we are going to talk about the practical experiences in this book, but it is basically for the people who have a thorough knowledge of Satyajnana or the philosophy, and this bit actually reiterates the mechanism of the six sensory organs, with special focus on mind consciousness.
Was there any specific
Specific terms, Dr. Kokila, the truth, definition of the truth, actually it is, earlier we thought the truth is the nothingness of the surrounding or the external world. Actually now that definition also, through understanding now, actually the truth is the non-self, that there is no self, that is the truth. And then the definition of the truth, and then mithya drushti, the false view and the right view. Those are the key terms. And the mechanism of the sensory faculties, as usual, this sound
I
and
think
color.
we have discussed this for some time now,
Yeah.
over and over again and again. Yes, can Dr. Sakuntala like ask a question from that part or do something like that, or Surangika? Because we have discussed this like in
Yes,
different angles.
yes, there was Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, I think the what is described, what was read from the book was the basic level where the what is meant by the action of the five senses and what is meant by the consciousness, and the fact that uh, together when it happens to get, well, not together, I mean when it merges together, how the thoughts are formed. So I think the basic facts have been uh, described in those 2 pages that we listened just now. We can go a little bit further, I think, from that basic level. Actually, this thought formation, which is very well established when the child is a little bit older, and in the very small baby, the it's only the sensor functions where the experiencing of the sound, shapes, and tactile feeling and the smell, taste, etc. Uh, in between these sort of clear-cut uh, areas, that means a very young baby and the older child, maybe about 6-7 years, there is gradual transformation of things happening. When things means gradual transformation from the pure sensor level to the well-established thought level. And that transition actually is something which is not very clear sometimes. So can we discuss that area, giving more sort of clearer explanations? Terwan Sarnai?
Yeah, actually, I would like to think pay more attention to one part today, and
Yes.
we can go on elaborating on that because even though we try to tell this, I don't know the exact thing we are trying to explain is going to everyone. Sometimes it's our inability to tell that properly as well. So even though child can't say the word mother, before that level, before the the before the child can think about mother, I have to call mother, I have to do this to I should run to my mother, all those things. It is very important to understand that even well before that, the perception level is there. The perception level is the very important part that that a lot of us are not getting properly, because even before the value comes, the value keep adding on. Value will be like adding, it will add to the level that the vibration will be so big it's not even matching a human vibration. But before that, even as a like 1 year old, there's perception. So that's what Aranhanse once told. I don't know whether you can remember. The ducks will be very close to a cat, because when the ducks came out, they had the scent of a cat and closeness of a cat, and they feel close to that cat, even though that's not the mother of the ducklings. So I don't know. It just, you have to get this and feel this as well, that the formless level, how it goes to the form level, and then go to the sensual level. If you don't get this, you can't reverse as well, because the reversal is happening at the same levels. So the mind consciousness, as soon as the mind consciousness is made, even though the value has not happened yet, there is always the self-perception and the perception of the mother. So the perception of the mother, when it happens so fast, I'm talking about one particular thought, not talking about it happening again and again and again and again. You have a whole story about the mother. I'm not talking about that. That's the sensual part. I'm talking about one particular thought, like to the ducklings, like the small.
Yes, there was Sarnai Dr. Kokila. They are actually, rather than the word mother, it is something to
No,
uh,
yeah,
that it
yeah.
can depend on, or to have
No, it's a
some
familiarity. It's a familiarity,
familiarity.
or
Yes.
kind of some perception.
Mm.
It's some perception, even though it is not having the full thing. Because a lot of us, our mothers talk about this, I don't feel any value anymore, and we say yes, you don't. But the problem is, if you don't know the perception level, the perception level is the mind consciousness level. Mind consciousness level is where you still have that duality, you still have that the same thing with the light, but it is slightly more complex now, because that vibration of the mother has the like the pineapple, it has all the features, like the 8 features. What are the 8 features? If someone can quickly say in English, that will be very good. It's the
Thank you, Sarnai. That you mean Noble Eightfold Father, Dr. Kokila. I missed that bit.
no, you actually missed that bit. That
Mm.
means I'm talking about, so you're not following Sudharma, you have to be careful. So I'm talking about the mind perception. So the perception of mother, still it has not have got the value yet, but still the perception level, it has the difference between that and the light. The light perception only had light perception, but this mother perception has 8 features in there. 8 features is the
Shuddhastika,
yes, but I just
uh,
want to say it in
ah,
simple, so that
right, yeah. That
temperature,
is Tim. It's a
touch.
uh,
Yes, can
light
someone tell
sound.
that properly?
Yeah, light, sound, uh, and smell, taste, and then through the skin, the warmth, cold, and the hard feeling, hard or soft feeling.
Hard or liquidity, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so um yeah, so do you get this point where this is a bit different to the light perception? Someone has to understand that before you feel it, because it's very important for you to know all these things, because 5 senses are different. Mind perception is completely different. Mind perceptions gives you this, the beautiful manifestation of the world, but before mind is formed, before mind consciousness has happened, it wasn't like that. It was just a like different kinds of vibration, but the same vibration, but different kinds of vibration, felt as different kind of vibrations. It's a feel only. But when it comes to the mind, this becomes a different manifestation. One has to understand that. And if you don't understand that, you will never even know that there is a liberation from mind. But that's where the problem is. Everyone is feeling everything inside the mind and thinking, oh, I feel so light, I'm good. But that's not the point. That's not the point. So this is a very crucial point. We have to understand how the 6 week, just don't take these numbers as hard and fast numbers. Don't take these things, the examples, straightforward into your head. These are just, none of these things are true. Whatever I say is not true. So it becomes really tricky to say these things. But what I'm trying to let you understand is, from the little baby where the mind has not formed, we, for an example, say few weeks old baby, even that can be wrong, because as soon as you combine two different modalities of senses, you might have a new perception. That's how the worm is. Worm has only few perceptions, but still his world is that. But it's only few vibrations. So it's not a mind. It's not the mind, the beautiful world the humans see. But different animals have different worlds. So the world, the sensual part is when the value comes to that. Before that, there is a layer that people has to understand that there is something like that. But they are not. They're just examples for you to feel what happened to the baby, what happened to actually this vibration, the self vibration. The self vibration, you definitely understand that there won't be any Dr. Sakuntala or anyone talking here if there was no vibration which telepathized into some kind of zygote somewhere. And then what happened to that? How did that come to the mind level? As soon as the mind level comes, the manifestation is different. But the sensual part, where the value comes, happens later. Do you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala? I'm trying to reiterate this because everyone seems stuck after understanding that, okay, I don't feel any burning anymore. What now? That
Yes, I think
question.
yes, I
Yeah.
think the value comes gradually, little by little. If I say like that, is it true?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, very gradually. Yes.
But there is a level after the value also. When people say, I don't feel anything anymore, I'm really good, then it's either an arahant or someone who hasn't understood Dhamma.
Mm.
So there's more to understand.
Yes.
Those are the only two things that can happen, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone can add on to this discussion. So it's very important to understand these layers of how this baby happened to be a feel level, mind level, and sensual level. Formless,
Formless.
form level, and then sensual level. Same thing. Feel level is the formless level. how can you come to that unless you actually, you know, understand there is a form level too, and there's a form level with that vibrating again and again. This sensual level happens, and we are born in a sensual realm, but we are understanding all these 31 realms because that's the beauty of human vibration. That's the beauty of the human mind. Human mind, that the ability of this vibration to be able to feel, not see, or not talk about that, but actually feel these vibrations, to the highest level and to the lowest level, and the non-vibration only can be done in human realm. Yeah, someone can add on. Is Surangika here? It's very important because I feel sometimes it's difficult to tell, and we also stutter in telling that, and it's not the message is not going properly. Aryan Mahansi has been telling this for a long time. It's just we struggle with that, even understand how deep this truth can be, because we keep telling, yeah,
Everyone, Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we talk about this, isn't it all these layers are anyway different levels of attribution of value to self? Uh, if I explain it now, earlier in the sensual world, the value attributed to stuff is obvious. People get angry.
You can't explain it in that way. You have to explain it in one particular stimuli, because otherwise you will misunderstand this. All the layers
in relation to
all the layers are in one stimuli. So don't even talk about in a different ways, because it's even the non-vibration is felt in one stimuli, one particular moment. So if you deviate from that, you actually might not catch this. So if you're trying to give an example, give it in one stimuli. Yes.
So if we take the commonest example of the chair, so the one in the sensual level has the kind of real craving to keep it. I mean, both the person is there and the chair, the need to
Lot
keep.
of our mothers say now they don't have that. Actually speaking, that can be true. So what is the level beneath that?
And Dr. Kokila, then the chair is there, the person doesn't notice, volitional formations happen in relation to that chair, but still if the chair is missing, the person is aware of that and may notice it. There is subtle need to keep it, is it?
No. Still you are talking about the sensual world.
Oh, it's still sensual. That level. Okay.
So what is underneath?
What is underneath is the perception. That chair, the perception, the image, not the physical one.
Yeah, but what is that level?
Underneath is the form level, no sensual level. Then
Yeah,
the
but I'm not asking about the theory. I'm trying to take you there. So the chair. So can you go in through that?
sound and that image, they get connected, and the image, the perception.
No, that is theory again.
Mhm.
What is in front of you now?
Yeah, you see it as a chair.
No. What is in front of you now?
And now I have a dressing table.
So
In
dressing
front of-
table, don't you feel that it's there?
Yeah, I feel it's there. Yes.
So that's the form level.
Um,
You you
existing.
you 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 felt it when you opened the door, and you didn't know that. You were talking in a different angle that day. You opened the door, the
Mm-hmm.
shoe eaten by the dog was there, but
Yes.
you didn't even realize you are inside the mind.
Mm-hmm.
So this is
True.
the thing, that the message is not taken.
Mm.
Each time I have told you now about 5 times the same thing.
Yes, it's so difficult, Dr. Kokila,
No, it's not
to get
difficult. I
this.
think the relaxation should happen to that level, so you would definitely feel that, because that's why I'm trying to tell what happened to the baby should be understood properly. Unless you do that, you don't have the whatever that jhana thing, the understanding.
Pubbenivasanussati,
Yeah,
to
you don't
see.
have that. You don't have
Mhm.
that. So that's the importance of knowing these things, like even as a theory, but actually speaking, the if you feel only, you will understand it fully. But Dr. Sakuntala, do you get the point? What I'm trying to say, or not really?
And now I can understand it to some extent. What you were trying to say was that I think the sensual world
Good morning, everybody. Friends. Let's start the morning Dhamma discourse today. So, As we know, as we heard repeatedly, through this Dhamma that we are living in a thought created world, mind created world, we are given example. Imagine you're walking into a gallery. In the center stands a marble statue, beautiful, complete, solid, 3D. You admire it, you call it a statue. But if someone asks, what are you really looking at? You might answer, marble. The statue was not hidden inside this marble, waiting to be discovered. It was carved little by little, one cut, then another, until something that did not previously exist began to appear. Likewise, our mind does something similar. What we call this world, this self, is not simply received. It is calm. Thoughts are the sculptor, like the marble. Like the statue came from a marble. This world came from thoughts, from sense of content. So today we investigate this sculpture, not the statue. So at the beginning, each and every time I saw sense of content, could be a sun, could be a patch of light, a pressure, a smell, a taste. Nothing has yet become an object. Nothing has yet become mine. Nothing has yet become a story. Experience is like an untouched book of marble, rich with possibility, but not yet shaped into familiar forms. They are just simply appearing and disappearing. Then the mind begins working very quietly, very quickly, almost invisible, almost instantly. A single sensory contact appears. For example, a sound. For example, the sound tree. That sound is only the sound wave, a sound frequency, a sound vibration, just only simple sound tree. It contains no greenness, no sweetness, no roundness, no hardness, no textures, no shape, nothing. But when we hear the sound tree, we never stop there. It is nature, is natural phenomena, is resonant. We get a whole object thing, not just a sound. Now that sound has become an object, and that object has colors, textures, smell, taste, and more thoughts like width, depth, three-dimensional, everything in it. So how does this happen? We just only heard the sound, and that from outside, this sound didn't give us anything else. Just a sound came, just a sound appeared and disappeared. It didn't say, I am this kind of object, 3D, I have these colors, these textures, this smell, nothing. Just a sound. Sound came, occurred, received from ear. Ear can't capture colors, ear can't get smell, taste. But when we heard the sound, Jay, how did we get this other sense of contact? And the thing is, when we hear Jay, we are so sure that all colors, smell, taste, everything in the tree. How did that happen? And the tree itself is just a sound. Now in here comes the mind to play. When we hear a sound, our mind with the resonance plays immediately, almost instantly, that mental formation or the thought of the tree in our mind. When immediately from the ear we perceive the sound tree, our mind immediately creates the thought of the tree. And there is a process for that thought to appear, get created in our mind. And this thought I created each and every time. Not that it came from someone, not that it took out from a stored location, but it appeared. It appeared so fast. It feels like almost instantly. Because of that, we feel like the thought is already there, but it was never already there. It was what triggered and created right at that moment. But somehow we mistaken it as the thought is already there and not in our mind, but in outside itself. So how did this thought appear? When we heard the sound, when we get the sound, this sound has a frequency. Immediately our mind starts to resonate with the previous sound similar to this sound that occurred right now. And the tree is there always because we use this tree word in our life. No, the thing is, this sound is not alone. So we have used this sound to create a thought. So because of that, all linked sensor contacts with this sound also appears in our mind. And they don't come separately. They come as one whole thing, as a thought. That's why when we hear the sound, we immediately get the thought of it. This whole package, there's this resonance process. And this thought was created right at this moment, constructed at this moment. But it is similar to the value, power, frequency of the previous thought. That's why we feel tree is known, tree is existing, tree is real, solid. So now the thought appears, thought get created in our own mind, right at this moment. And it doesn't end there. Somehow we mistakenly assign this thought, this tree, this mental formation outside. We think we got that sound, that if You could see it came from this object is behind this thought. We think we are using sense of context to see this thought, this object, this tree. That's how it appears. That's how it's forming. We think this thought is existing outside. We blindly believe. But the thing is, this thought got created right now, in this moment, through resonance process in our own mind. But we blindly believe. So we blindly believe. This mind created thought right at this moment exists outside, not at all. It exists independent. And this sense of contact that occurred right now came from that, is part of. That's how blindly we believe this mental formation is real, independent, existing outside, not just history. Now imagine each and every thought, every object that we see, we believe is really placed like this. Because of a sense of contact, our mind gives us the thought. But somehow we assign this thought to outside. We think it exists independently. And we think we got the sense of contact from that thought. But this thought was created right at this moment in our mind. How can it be existing? But when we keep used to see in that way, used to see the world in that way, even though it is a wrong perception, when we used to it, when it becomes habitual over the years, even the illusion feels like real, even the illusion becomes reality. Because our mind is trained, used to seeing that wrong perception, perspective. That's why we feel everything is an object and that exists outside, independently. Not even right now. We feel like even without us noticing, even without us looking at it, it exists. That's how strong this illusion has become. We feel like it exists on its own. It feels like now it feels like we are using sensor contacts to look at that object. Because that's how this object has gotten strong, solid in our mind, not outside, in our own mind. Now we have trapped in this notion. not just the tree, each and every object were placed, believed in this way. And because this process, this thought appearing so fast, we can immediately assign it to outside in that day. But if we happen slowly, then we'll see the process. Each and every time we'll see this thought is creating in our mind. Then we won't be able to assign it to outside because each and every time thought is reconstructing in our mind, not outside. But it didn't happen in that way. Thought came, appeared immediately. So we mistakenly assigned it to outside. That's why this illusion feels real. Because of this speed, we are stuck in an illusion that appeared because of this rapid speed. Because of this rapid speed, we can't figure out what is the real thing. So we blind assign it to different wrong places and believe it is real. So this thought, it was recreated right at this moment. But we feel it's real, strong. But the thought itself is something fake to begin. Thought is something that God created. Thought is not something existing. We feel thought is real, we feel chair is real, we feel chair is existing, thought is, but the chair itself is something created. A mental formation, a mental construction. It didn't exist before we learned, before we create this thought. We created this thought in our own mind. When we were little, when we were in the court, now there are objects, now there are things that exist. So the thought was also created. It's not even existing outside. The thought itself is a mental formation that depend on person and that vary from person to person. Without a sense of contact, there is no thought, because thought itself is a creation of sense of contact, combination of sense of contact. Mind cannot create thoughts without anything. So it used sense of contact that actually appearing, that really happened. We get sounds from ears, colors from eyes, smell, taste, touch. Mind use those sense contacts, those fragments to build, sculpt the thought. But for us, now it feels like this thought, this concept, this mental formation exists outside on its own. But this thought itself is a built up concept to begin with. It was created as a combination of sense contact, without sense contact, there's no thought. But we feel strong presence of thought, this object, this thing outside, even with or without sense contact. It feels like we are using sense contacts to see an existing object thing. But this thing was created in our mind using sense contact. There's no other way to experience this object, this thought. But still, we feel it's strongly present. We feel it exists beyond sense contact. Even without sense contact, we feel it exists there. That's how strong this image has gotten. That's how real this mental concept has become. But without sense contact, mind cannot even create this object, this thought. So, what we feel real, what we feel exists outside itself is a creation, a construction, a combination of sense contact. It's a mental formation. It's a concept that depends on person to person, that vary from person to person. That's how thoughts appears. And that's how this thought, this concept becomes solid, becomes real. That feels like exists outside, not just simply, but on its own, independently exists outside. So strong that we feel like we are using sense contact to observe this object, this thing. It feels solid, it feels real, not as a mental formation, a mental concept, but as a solid thing. Not just tree, not just chair, not just book, not just apple. Each and every object, thing, situation, person, animal, anything that feels existing, that feels real, that feels independently existing on its own. It feels solid, like this. All are illusions that feels real, just like this. All are illusions that happens as a result of this kind of process, this fastness, this mind's creation, this resonance, these thoughts appearing again and again, these thoughts reconstructing again and again each moment, and we assign it blindly to outside and feels solid, feels real, feels strongly real, and feels three-dimensional. This illusion is applied to each and everything in this world that we believe to be real, believe to be existing. So strong these thoughts have become. Now we even create thoughts in our own mind and assumes them they are real. This example is the future. Now we believe the thoughts are real. Thoughts are things, objects that exist outside. And then we create more thoughts, more stories that didn't even happen, that we didn't even see, but we create in our own mind. And we believe them. And we not just believe, we suffer over them. We get happy over them. We feel anxious, sad, happy, greed, everything over those thoughts. Best example is the future. We create thoughts about future and somehow we blindly believe. We believe it as if the real future. Even though we are creating a thought of future, a story right now in our mind. We mistake and we blindly believe we are really thinking about the exact future. And then it doesn't stop there. We suffer over that. That's how, when we believe thoughts, when we believe this illusion, it drags us deep and deep into this illusion. Not just blindly believing it, but we start to suffer over it. Suffer over something that we created, not even existing outside, but in our own mind. Now our mind is trapped in its own creation. It believes it is real and it exists outside and suffer over and over and over again and again. Each story is, each situation is like that. Let's say we see someone walking towards you. Immediately, mind creates this story. But we really perceive some bunch of colors and movement, nothing else. But start, this mind start the story. Thoughts appear to resonate and creates a whole story as someone is walking towards me. And then we identify the person someone we know. This is how this recognition happens. This story gets created from simple object to even more complicated situation like this. Everything happened in our own mind. Everything we believe real is our own interpretation, our own thoughts, our own creation of our mind. But became all began with a simple incident. And when we believe these things, these objects, these thoughts are real, we don't need to stop there. We get emotions. Maybe we like them, maybe we don't like them, or maybe we hate them. Maybe we get greedy. Maybe we feel sad. Maybe we get fear. We get anxious. We suffer. Also, thoughts don't create just objects, things. It also creates, which is also another powerful thing. But each and every time, the thought is created right at this moment. It's a fresh, new thought. Thoughts can never be stored. There's no location for thoughts because each and every time thoughts appear and it disappears. But this thought has a frequency, a power. So when the mind can get to this frequency, this similar level, it is feel like that previous thought itself. When it resonates with the previous thought's frequency, then now it feels like the previous thought itself because the frequency is similar. Because of that, the thought also feels similar. And that we mistake it as the previous thought itself. But each and every time we create thought in a just a similar frequency to the previous thought, not the previous thought itself. But we mistaken it as the previous thought itself. That's how time appears, past appears. That's how we believe past exists, past is real. Even though what we call past is created right at this moment because of its similarity to the previous thought. We mistaken it as the previous thought, previous situation, this past situation itself. But this thought, it didn't come from us. It was recreated right at this moment because of its similarity to the past situation. We mistaken it as the past itself. Now imagine the future. Likewise, we think about past. Future is also created in the same way. We create the thought of future, but we assign it to the future. But this thought was recreated right at this moment. Not that it came from future, but like we assign thoughts, objects, chairs to the outside, we assign this thought to this wrong timeline. Even though this thought created appeared right now, we assign it to the future or past. Not just simply assign. We strongly believe this is the future itself. This is the past itself. But in reality, it is just a thought that we created right this moment. Not the past, not the future. The thought that our mind created right at this moment. But we blindly assign it to the past or the future. Now, underneath all those thoughts, there is another thought, a self. Like we assign thoughts, objects to outside, these thoughts to future or past, this thought of self, we assign it to inside. We believe, we blindly believe, like we blindly believe the future itself or the past itself or the object exists outside itself. We blindly believe itself exists inside itself. That's why that's this self and this time, this object feels real, feels strongly present in their assigned locations, outside, present, past, future, inside. But all are thoughts that got triggered by sense of contact, thoughts that were created right at this moment. We get a sense of contact, and it's simple, raw, no story, no other sense of contact in that. Just this sense of contact. Could be a sound, could be a vision, could be a smell, taste, touch. There's nothing else in that. But our mind has linked because mind gives this linkage, this thought, this mental form. So now, when these sense of contacts appear, not just the thought, that object appears, at the same time there is this self, thought of self also appear with this thought of object. Now The mind assigns this object to outside, while this self to inside. Now the self is observing, owning, looking, controlling, do anything to this thought, this object. Like we feel the object is real, strongly present, independently present, even without us noticing, even without sensor contact, we feel that object is there. That's how strong this illusion. Likewise, without sensor contact, without anything, we feel this self is also exists strongly from this side, from inside. But this outside object and this inside self both were created in our own mind from the sense of contact. Without sense of contact occurring, we don't even aware, remember, or like have the presence of this self and this object. This sense of contact have to appear to get these thoughts get created. That's why this birth and death of this object, this self, happens each and every time with these thoughts. Thoughts appear and disappear. The self also appear and disappear. Birth and death happens at the same time. But we blindly take it existing, even without we creating the thoughts. That's illusion. There's no confirmation. That illusion created in our own mind. In reality, with the thought this world appears, when the thought dies, that world dies. That world disappears, the self disappears. But we create another belief, blind belief, even without the thought this self exists. That's how strong this thought, this illusion has become. But when you see through this truth yourself, by experimenting, by observing, you can experience it yourself. This world is an illusion. This world, what we believe exists, things, objects, are all are just thoughts that feels real, but they were repeatedly created again and each and every time with each and every thought that's been created. So rest, Dhyashen. We'll end our morning Dhamma discourse for today. Thiruvaan Sarana, everybody. It is time to awaken to the pure truth. Let us talk a bit about the practical side of going on the path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope you analyze them all very well. You need to identify the correct path to nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards nirvana all by yourself. It is of extreme importance that you know the philosophy, Buddha Darshana, that the Buddha preached to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and we should all practice and follow the correct path to nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Pura Bhaga Pratipadava, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of the Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss it with a Kalyana Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of the Buddha and who has already realized the pure truth. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless a Buddha teaches us and opens our eyes to the truth, we would never know the truth of the world. In order for us to move forward in this teaching, we believe that you have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes many of you must not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are presenting to you now is more than a sermon. What we are presenting to you now is our practical experiences of following the path to nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experiences. It will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to practice and how to go on the path. We assume that you already know about how to be on the path. In future, we will be releasing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will all be useful to clear your doubts and find the correct path to nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who have already started to follow the path. It does not matter if you are a lay person, an ordained priest, a woman, an old person, or young person. What is of importance is that We all have a mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there is also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out of suffering, and this is all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of a person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You can be either a king or a poor man. Both are human beings who have the fear of death. When you look at all people through Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People are really helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, a mithya dushtiya. As long as they are ignorant about the pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means avidyava or ignorance. You have already understood and you already know that the outside which we see does not exist. You have heard and you already know that we live only with thoughts. You already know that the four elements that we see outside is an illusion. You also know that there is no outside. Terasana, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Shani, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kopila, Dr. Skundala and all Dhamma friends. First of all, let's pay homage at Aryan Wanse's feet. Shani today read 2.5 pages, actually almost 3 pages from the new book that is True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So basically, in the introduction itself, it was mentioned this is going to be more about the practical part, how to understand the correct path to Nibbana. So in Aryan Wahanse's sermons, as we all know, it is clearly mentioned that Buddha has recommended the proper path to Nibbana as Purva Bhaga Pratipada and Apara Bhaga Pratipada. So if we translate it, it is the preliminary practical approach and the final stage of practical uh, approach. So in the preliminary approach, it is actually having a thorough knowledge of this Buddhist philosophy. In other words, wisdom of truth. Or if we further simplify, one should have a clear awareness of the mechanism of 6 sensory organs and how these manifestations of the 5 sensory organs become real, and how we have uh, ignorantly uh, believed that this non-existent world is real, and how the self view was created due to the mistakenly taking the power generated in the thought formation as a self vibration. And also there was reference to this taints, the self vibration that occurred in the zygote level. So all this knowledge and this is being described in different using various strategies. Once actually seeing through, as Dr. Kokila always says, sending the arrow through the mind, that is penetrate through the thought, how to penetrate through the thought, to penetrate through the thought. The message of this Kalyana Mitra or the noble teacher is vitally important. uh, unless someone hears this theoretical aspects of Dhamma, the thought creation is always mistakenly taken as things that exist and things that are experienced by a self that exists as well. So it is important to look at the thought formation in relation to these five aggregates also, because they are uh, the biggest challenge or the biggest problem that we as humans have faced is our inability to capture the speed of the occurrence or the manifestations of these sensory faculties. That is, with actually very recently, I studied one of the sermons of Aryan Mahalse, where Aryan Mahalse explains this fire circle, how the firing, the creation of firing. It is because this example helps all of us to understand how we take the thoughts that arise and cease instantaneously as things that exist, or that uh, uh, that as if things. So for example, if we take the commonest example of the tree, as soon as the vibrations come together, because this is all knowledge, because we are the eye, human eye cannot capture this speed because it doesn't have that capacity. So what happens is the 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 shape of this light connects with the sound, and we take it as a kind of something that existing in the existing outside, and on the other side the person is also there, the person who uh, sees it, as you say, that savors this sensory input, and they are ignorantly the value is also attributed. This has been repeatedly discussed here by all Dhamma friends. Surely Dr. Kokila reiterates this every day. And what happens is this can be compared to the creation of the fire ring by the spinning of the fire band. So when we take a fire band, it's just a single entity. The I perceive something. Just to understand this, it's the single thing, single entity. But when we rotate it fast, we see a fire circle. Actually, it looks like hundreds of fire bands. If we take, because we feel that from a distance, if we look at it as a fire band, there should be hundreds of fire bands. But since this is rotated so fast, we cannot capture that. We see it as a single firing. So similarly, if we look at if we see some entity and take it as real ignorantly, even without this knowledge, still it is not an existing entity. They are itself those millions, trillions of thoughts occur and cease, occur and cease. So we have to understand on this only through the by listening to sermons and through wisdom only. That is why this Yata Bhuta Jnana, or the clear knowledge to see the reality, is important. And then basically, I was just elaborating on this preliminary stage of practical approach when one gets a thorough understanding of thought creation and the self-view and this attribution of value and so on. Then the final stage of practical approach is being presented or introduced by Aryan Wahanse, paying special attention to this actually to lead someone to liberate from the thought and this entire kind of misbelief, or actually to see the to understand the strategies behind this magic, how we have started to believe that something illusionary as if something existing and real. So practical approach is also for the to facilitate the beginners is introduced in 4 stages. I think Dr. Kokila and these Dhamma friends will further elaborate on this, and please correct if there are things to be corrected in the introduction. So let's discuss. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends.
Therun Sarnai, we'll pay homage to Aryan Wahanse. Yeah, so we have been discussing this now. Kind of, we discuss this every day, and the only thing is, if you are in a thought, you have to definitely know that the self-perception is there, not in the sasava level or tense level. It is there, and that's where the main problem is. That's where we are finding it difficult to feel as well. The liberation from mind doesn't necessarily mean a hard thing, because we know that even a child in year 2 or class or 7-year-old child also understood this Dhamma and actually had an internal change because of that change in the way they look at the life. So this change in the way of looking at yourself is the main thing that changes. I wanted to reiterate this just now. It came to that as well, because yesterday also we were talking. Sudharma was telling some experiences, and we were trying to discuss something on that. And I really thank everyone for putting up some experiences so that we have something to talk. So when we have an experience, we kind of put the Dhamma in a way that we understand no one or nothing is outside. It is a thought, and thought is not real. Well, I don't know. I just want to reiterate this again and again. I don't know how much I can reiterate this. Main thing here is to understand the self-perception, nothing else. Why we learn all this, or why we try to learn all this, is to understand the self-perception. Understand the self-vibration. Understand how this self-view happened. And at one point feel that the self-view was a wrong view. So don't forget that, because otherwise everything, you won't feel everything. You will be actually in a kind of meditative state, but samadhi doesn't change your wrong view. It's not that nothing of these sorts are changing your view. It's only darshana, that is the truth, or that is the satyajnana part, or that is the actual understanding of the self view that changes the whole way we look at the life. But if you get deviated by any chance for a second, if you get deviated into thinking that we are talking about things or people, you might get misled. It won't happen because a lot of the time all our Dhamma friends are discussing in Zoom discussions. But even the person who will be doing the Zoom discussion momentarily might lose it and let the other person keep talking and also say, yeah, good, and all that. And momentarily lose the plot, lose the track, because we might lose the whole no self angle. Because if you don't get it properly, there will be such a strong self which is not getting shaken by anything. Am I clear? Can someone unmute unmute and speak? And what I'm trying to say, because the person probably like like in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about people with wrong view, but strong people who has no kind of problem with the outside. They are in a meditative state. They don't feel anything. They are okay. But the Lord Buddha's this incredible truth has a very specific message which should not be missed by anyone. If someone misses it, what is going to happen is there would be a strong self who is not going to be shaken by anything. And that's not the thing we are talking about. So yesterday also, my words didn't come properly. And I was like, why am I even, like it didn't come. And I don't know whether even it will come today. But what I'm trying to say is, momentarily, if you feel that someone is, or yourself is, going towards that path, the feeling that nothing is happening, and the no sadness, no problem, not angry anymore, feeling so good and calm and quiet and happy and all that, and such a big self with those all the good stuff now getting stronger and stronger. This is a possibility, and we need to fight it. We need to be able to show it all the time. And if we don't, and if it doesn't come out from the whoever who does the Zoom discussion, other person will be in trouble. So trouble in the sense, it's not going to be a trouble that someone feels because that person is feeling so good. So they will be like, yeah, I feel so good. I have heard it so much in these Zoom discussions, and I can feel Aranvans is scratching his head. I'm just telling a metaphor. Like, how on earth are we going to tell this? This is not about you feeling good, not about anything like that. This is about you losing you. And if it is not happening, and if you are getting stronger with feeling so much tranquility, that is not the point here. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. Aranwan says effort is not to highlight a self, is not anyone of his listeners to highlight a self. That is not the thing. This is to understand that there is no self. And in order to do that, we talk about all the other stimuli, yes. Why do we talk about all the other stimuli? Is because the I, me, mine, the self-thought is similar to the chair, the sun, the moon, the brother, sister, son, daughter, all that. It's similar. It's nothing different, because it's another thought. And we are talking how this thought arises in this system, how this self-thought arises. We are not talking about only the chair. But when we talk about the chair, I don't know, this happened some time back. Also, all the Zoom discussions were mostly talking about that there is nothing. But if we lose the plot, if we lose the track, we might actually go in that path and build up a very strong self and struggle so hard after that to turn back, because that person who went in the wrong track is feeling so happy, feeling so calm, feeling so good. No, who would like to turn back if you feel so good? Would you? What do you think, Surangika? Would you turn back? What do you think? Anyone can unmute and answer. Would you turn back if you feel so good? But still, if you don't feel that you are in the wrong path, that the self is getting slightly, it's a very subtle thing, this one is very subtle, but do you get the point?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. I think that if somebody, I don't think an earnest follower who is purely on the path in search of the truth, and that should be everybody's ultimate goal, not nirvana, not anything else, but what is the truth? And if a person earnestly, in that sincere search of that truth, embarks on this path and listens to the Satyajnana true Dhamma philosophy, that person would only unknowingly, really unknowingly, slightly detour, I suppose, towards the fact of that also only to remain stagnant in a position, not, I think, to willingly pursue a point of
No, not
wanting
willingly,
to.
not
Yes.
willingly, not willingly. Definitely not willingly. No one does it willingly. But the problem is turning back.
But that is quite different to maybe people who have done concentration meditation, Dr. Kokila. There might be.
Even, have you seen in 5 a.m. Zoom discussions,
Yes, I heard that.
3 weeks, last 3 or 4 weeks, I don't know, like most of the good ones that we heard where Aranmanse joins in the latter part. Can you see that some of the mums are saying, actually, I feel so good, Aranmanse, there's no burning at all. They say that. And
True.
it's not a lie. We say this all this time. It's not a lie. It is the truth. But then at the same time, don't you see that it is very difficult now to tell that person, could you please just stay there, don't do anything more, just calm down, just settle down and just slowly come back a little bit and think about this, no self dhamma again. But the people can get annoyed, people can get disheartened, people can get so you know upset about that, because they don't feel anything, they don't feel any problem. Definitely they don't feel any problem, they're not lying, they are actually in a good state. But that's what I was trying to say. Specifically, when we talk in a Zoom discussion, we need to touch this. If we don't touch this, it can actually go into the somebody else's kind of mind, and then those, usually mind works very fast and very, mind likes things which brings happiness, mind likes tranquility, mind likes everything. I mean, basically mind likes and dislikes, that's all mind can do. So what I'm trying to say is, if we concentrate on one aspect of Dhamma, that is deyak nae, we might actually put it to kenek nae, also to the outside, not to this side, unconsciously. Yeah, I know what you were trying to say, it's no one is actually doing this willingly. So we have to be very careful. This is from yesterday's talk, I'm bringing this now, just it happened because yesterday I think we couldn't talk about that much, but I'm trying to bring this up so that we all understand sometimes detours can happen because it is so peaceful, it's so good. But what is important is, if you feel that you kind of enjoying something, just understand that. But if you feel that the self-view is still kind of peeking here and there, be aware about that and keep checking on this non-self angle, because it's only non-self angle that changes a person from wrong view to right view. There's no other way. No one can do anything other than that. Just because you are really doing well, you have some kind of, good, you're doing so many good things from morning to night, you worship, you do, chanting, whatever you do, a lot of stuff, and you think about Dhamma, yes, you're doing well, and you have some dhyana also, yes, that's good, some meditative states, that's also good. But this right view or samadhi is the cornerstone of Dhamma. So we need to get this properly. Why are we trying to understand that we can only perceive a shoe in our mind but not outside? What's the big deal about it? And why do we try to understand that the shoe is just a perception, and perception has no value. And why do we try to understand the eye? Because to see the shoe, you can't be blind. If you're blind, you can't see the shoe. You know that. So the actual that cycle started with the eye. So to happen to that, you have to have some vibration in the eye. And the eye vibration, you can think about it, still think about it. But what I'm trying to say is, why are we worried about a shoe? Why are we worried about shoe? Why are we worried about a chair? Why are we talking about these things? Why are we worried about a stimuli? We need to understand why we talk about these things. Why it's not just to feel free from stimuli. It's actually to understand the pathophysiology of how this happened, like how this self-view occurred. Self-view is a thought, just another thought like chair, just another thought like body, just another thought like moon. It's just another thought which has been so much, abhisankara, like, used multiple times, like, I don't know how many stimuli have gone through from the first. If you take the first stimuli as mother, how many stimuli we have gone through in English medium, in Sinhala medium, if you know another language, whatever, how many stimuli we have. And then what did that put fuel into? It put fuel into this self-view. And it's just one thought though. And why we bother about all these things is to understand that self-view or thought about me, mine, has happened because of a perception. It's not outside. The me is not outside. That means this whole body and all that. It's not outside, but it's a perception. I is a perception. It's the strongest perception ever. Strongest perception ever. When I kept talking about, children maybe the biggest perception and all this stuff. No, the I is the greatest perception ever, which has been confirmed in each stimuli. Because as soon as the mind formed, when the mother is there, it has confirmed the me here. It has confirmed the me here. There's no doubt about that. If the tree is there, it has confirmed the me here. Even if you don't have any problem with that. Who has a problem with chair? I mean, very rarely you get a problem with chairs. Do you have a attraction toward one chair? Maybe. But usually we don't really care about the chair, do we? But why do we even think about these things? It is because the self-view or the thought about I has a root cause. What is the root cause of that? Root cause of that is, we know that the as soon as the mind formed, this problem has arisen now. This tent or sasava has a way of manifestation now, complete way of manifestation. So now the tent has the biggest power ever, because the self-perception has arisen. The tents didn't have the self-perception as such. It's a very, very faint one. But now we have the complete self-perception. Now the mother is there, I'm here. We can say bye to mother. So, hi to mother in that sense. But what I'm trying to say is, if we understand the how this happens, or pathophysiology of self, you keep understanding we only go through only stimuli at one time. One time there's only stimuli, just one stimuli, whether it's a tree, whether it's a chair, so then how this Unless we think about me, like I can think about, I am so good, I can think like that. But that's just another thought. No, I'm not talking about that. When stimuli happens, how is it reinforcing this self-thought? It is the reinforcement has already happened. The self-perception has already reinforced because of the perception of the chair, because the self-perception is there when you feel that the chair is there. This is very subtle, very subtle. Not when you have a value. Value comes next. First you feel that the mother is there, then the value comes after some time. You keep understanding, this is my mother, my darling mother, my mother who did this much things to me, stuff like that. Or in the different way, mother didn't do anything, mother should have done this, but she didn't do that, she didn't know, she should have done that, whatever. So we need to understand this problem, how this happened. Straight away, just because of a thought arise, mother, the self view is going to take some time, because it has to happen again and again and again, and then you understand, keep understanding, and this self perception has now a better idea. I think I have tried to get this across. It is very important. Otherwise, if you are actually missing that part, put that again and again and again and again. I invite everyone. If you have forgotten this bit, put that in. It's okay. Put that in. Like even in the beginning, if you have to think about it, it's fine. Put that in. If you have missed that part, because we are not trying to understand that everything is not outside, it's in the that's not the only thing. We are actually fighting here with one thought. Don't forget that. You're not fighting with the chair, you're not fighting with the sun, we are not fighting with the shoe. We are actually fighting with ourselves, and it's a big deal because of that, because that is the most powerful thought ever in this system. And to another system, it is their thoughts about self. Well, I'll invite someone to add something about that. Sanai?
I pay my homage to our Mahanse, Saranai, Dr. Pokila, and other Dhamma friends. Actually, you were trying to touch some very important, very deep facts in the path. As you already mentioned, actually, this self-perception can be identified at course levels superficially, but when it comes to the deeper levels, where, as you said, lots of mothers in the discussion say that I don't get angry anymore, and I don't like this and that, I have changed like that. So those levels, actually, they have found that superficial coarse level of self-perception. So that part is actually easy to identify, and that part is easy to sort of shed. But when it comes to the final level, especially when you, as you mentioned, the sensor level, where the senses, that means the seeing and hearing and feeling, at those levels also, this self vibration, that part, it is difficult. So it has to be uh, after a very thorough clearance in the true Dhamma side, that means the Darshana Samapattiya or the true Dhamma side should be cleared day by day until the arhat state. And it's like sharpening a knife.
you cannot stop actually saying that I have read the books related to Darshana or I have listened enough to Darshana, and that part is clear because it is an ongoing process. And as you mentioned earlier, these mothers who say that I experience emptiness, I feel that there is nothing uh, is valued, and I feel that very much relaxed. Uh, Partly, I feel that now those mothers, most of them have been listening to Dhamma discussions for years and years, and the fact about this value of the uh, sensations or value of uh, mm, the yes sensations value of the those things are no more there, and when we realize that uh, value or taking it as real or taking it as a thing, so those things are uh, not the correct Dhamma teaching. When these people they listen, go on listening to the same thing, phrases, sometimes they can sort of by heart what is mentioned by Aryan Mahanse. So then the mind sensor itself will give kind of feeling that you experience it. Like an example now, this has been mentioned by Aryan Mahanse also. When a person is uh, bombarded with the idea that you are mad, this fellow is mad, you are mad, sort of like that, then the person himself will come to that conclusion within, okay, maybe I am mad. So in the same way, I feel that when they go on listening to these same type of explanations, same type of discussions, they feel it so. And what happens is they experience something, some kind of emptiness, but the self perception or the self feeling is there strongly as a tower on this side, but the other side has dissolved. So that is, I felt, one of the pitfalls that most of these listeners fall into. And as you very correctly said, it is such a nice experience so that they don't like to turn back. They don't like to uh, get down to the lower step uh, because they feel that they are in the correct pathway because it's so comforting. Same thing happens to the people who have been doing lots of concentration meditation because they also now what happens is that uh, myself or the self perception is very well preserved, but they experience so much of tranquility and relaxed feeling, and they reach various dhyana levels where it becomes kind of addicted like. This is what I wanted to add. Teruvan Saranai, somebody else can contribute or correct me.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kopila and Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you very much for those beautiful explanations, especially this constant reminder Dr. Kokila is making, asking us to double check uh, the the rising of the self perception and the self view ignorantly. And you were referring to yesterday's experience, Dr. Kokila. At the very moment you were explaining, it didn't quite come to me at that time, but after some time, it occurred to me like why did I go and tell all these experiences there? As because when you said to the day before, you said so you went to the toilet in the morning, but we don't go out and tell that I did something like that, some incident like that. So I had my breakfast, or I brushed my teeth, or whatever. We don't go out and tell because it doesn't become a thing to share. What I said was no, I thought would be a good point to discuss and build up the discussion on or something I said. But why didn't I take the other thing as a good point to discuss and put it? I mean, have a, to build up Dhamma conversation. So that way, actually, that contemplation um, was very important, and so I realized it not during your explanation, but later it came. So that's very important, Dr. Kokila, all these reminders, because you never let us take it, I mean, in bits and pieces. You always remind this is the take it fully. So, and again, when I was listening, actually, yesterday I went back to the Zoom discussion and I listened to it. There, I was really surprised to hear the voice that I have used in the first portion of the Zoom discussion. I was like shouting. If Aryan Vase had been there, definitely he would have stopped me, telling it so uncomfortable. So I was just wondering, why did I speak like this? Because halfway through, the voice was so calm and normal. Then I realized, Dr. Kokila, it was raining heavily at that time and thundering. So without the involvement of the self, I don't know who has raised the voice even. It was at such a rate because if you on the other side, you might have felt so uncomfortable. So that I didn't do deliberately. This system, due to the background noise, it has gone on raising the voice and it was like that at the end. So uh, and I have a question, Dr. Kokila. May I ask this for clarification? When it comes to self perception, Dr. Kokila, now in the thought creation, some power is generated. So we take it as they are also it it aggregates the self perception, and the taints, although there isn't anything existing, since we know that it occurred first in the zygote, uh, within there is a kind of like misconception, true, but okay, these chains are there and they are also energizing the self perception. So, is it being strengthened in two ways due to the power generated in thought creation, and on the other side, due to chains kind of misconception is there? Please explain if you can, Dr. Kopila. Thiruvan Saranam.
Well, I can't say I fully understood the question, but I think I will give an answer and see whether it is the question you asked. The tense is the self vibration. When it comes to the mind level, it has a perception. It has a perception. So, in the sense, it has a nirupana. What do you call that? What do you call that?
Like
It has a,
representation.
yeah, kind of a representation, because the tense is just a vibration. There's nothing else. It's just a feeling. Feeling has no representation there. Nothing. But when it comes to the mind, with the mind, the first thought, if we take as mother, self-perception is there in a very subtle way. It is there. It's a perception now. But when it comes to the mother gets into volitional formation and develop into a like a clear thought, because mother is a perception too. Sorry, I think I made it. I'll retell again. So child gets a perception of mother first, and that level there is a, as soon as you get the self perception of mother, self perception is there. That is why I told you that day also, shoe on the doorstep means self perception is there. It just for the beginner level, not for the arahant. Beginner level, because someone can argue with me, no, there's no, that I'm not talking about an arahant. I'm talking about a beginner who has not, who is still learning this Dhamma. So perception level, because it has to be like that order, because that's how it happened, you know. The formless, where the feel, that vibration, form level is the perception level. The thought has not formed fully yet, like kind of mother perception can be there, but then when it into fully a thought, you have everything about the mother, you know, my darling mother, as I said, everything. As in the same way, as soon as the mind is formed, the perception of mother, if the perception of the mother is felt as real,
Yeah.
if the self perception, if the perception of the mother is felt as real, definitely, then you will feel, you can understand that the self perception had been there. That's how it works. The self perception have no power or representation without a stimuli. That's why we talk about stimuli. That was the one, that was why I was talking a lot about that in previous few words. So that's the main thing. The mother perception, shoe perception, dog perception, whatever perception, if it is felt as real, the self perception is already there. Already there. When it comes to like a develop into a like a great thought, then I, me, mind, great thought is also there. You don't have to think about it. If you think about it, that's a different thing. Like I can think about mother, like sit down and I write a essay. Yeah, you have to think about it. That's fine. And I can write about an essay about myself. That's okay. You can think about it. I'm not thinking. I'm not telling about thinking process. I'm talking about actually like a 3-year-old child. I'm talking about the 6-week baby, and I'm talking about a 2-year-old child, or no, 1-year-old child who has the perception but not has fully formed the thought properly. And once it is kind of 7-year-old, thought has fully formed and the I thought has fully formed. Did I answer the question or did I go astray? I don't know. Did I go all over the place or did I answer the question, or is the question different?
Yes, it's raining heavily again, Dr. Kokila. I'll go back to the YouTube and listen to it. I couldn't concentrate. Um, so I think that he's saying there is nothing existing as paint or anything.
It's
When the
okay. Yeah.
first thought is formed on the other side, we can't on the other side even, the perception of I is also fully formed, isn't it, Dr. Tosin?
Yeah,
That,
yeah,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
true.
I see. Everyone's
And
Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, can I
yeah,
just ask you
yeah,
from the same thing? Now
yeah.
you use the word self-perception for both levels, didn't you? I mean, for the baby's level as well as the later older
No, no,
child.
no, no. Baby's
No.
level, it's a self vibration. It's just a feeling.
Ah, okay, okay, right.
Formless has no. I mean, yeah, you can't talk about. It's only. I mean, it's very difficult to say now. This is about the light also, but it's a vibration. So it's a feel you have,
Yes,
and 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 it's formless. You can't actually have a. You don't have an idea, but yes, it is. It and no self perception is a non-vibration. That's what I'm trying to say. It is something you have to feel, but before coming to that, you need to understand this form level properly, because as soon as you if the show is there, the self perception is there. If the moon is there, the self perception is there. If it is there, in the sense, if you feel a value, but this
yes,
value also, it is very subtle now. I'm not talking about even, liking the show. This is weird now, because we are not talking about liking the show or hating the show or nothing. It's about feeling that it's there. Self perception is there. Perapasunawe. There's nothing like it, just at the same time. So that's why we can't talk about we don't talk about the feel. So that's why Aradwan says it, reiterating the importance of feel, because if you're not in the feel, you don't know how much power you have. The tense or whatever, that power, the vibration power, is felt properly in that formless level, not in the form level, because form level, it is in the perception level. So perception is there. If the show is there, the perception is there. But imagine, now we have to add this too, otherwise everyone will get confused. So imagine someone actually understood this and underwent an internal change, where you go through directly, not feel the form level, directly feel the vibration and understand that it is just the consciousness of the eye, or consciousness of the ear, or the consciousness of the skin, consciousness of the tongue, consciousness of the nose. Directly non-vibration arises, because the it is that is actually the no self angle. That is the no self angle. If you don't come to that level, the no self angle is hidden. Actually, it's not good. It's not strong. To actually put the no self angle, you should actually get into that level. So when you put the no self angle there, then you realize, oh wow, that's just consciousness, or this feeling of alive feel, or it's a feel, just it's something you feel, alive feel is a feel. The feel of existence is a feel. And that is only due to these 5 sensory organs. Definitely no self-perception or absence of self-vibration arises. If this happens, okay, imagine this happen. If this happens, immediately as soon as this happens, the continuity of this self-vibration is challenged. Continuity of this self-perception is challenged, because now there's non-self-perception, just for maybe very, very subtle, just one moment. But the no self-perception is kind of felt so big, because it's very unusual. felt so big that it leaves like a big mark. And then after that, the no self perception will keep, it will strengthen the whole system and change the view. Change the view. What is the view? It will automatically happen. It will change the view. What is the view? There was a continuous me coming. There was a continuous me. There was I. There was mine, the stuff, everything. This whole thing, it went to like what blasted. So now the no self perception has done such a thing to this whole thing. The person, the self perception or the view has changed. So now we call that person is in the path. Unless otherwise, it's very difficult to call a person actually in the path. Then now everything starts with samma, 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 right view, right thoughts, right talk, right living, right actions, right everything. Because now the person, particular system, has gone through that change of understanding the no self perception, so that system is aware that even though I feel now after that again the continuity is felt, but even though I feel the continuity, yes, but that's not true, because there was one episode there where you felt no self perception, and this will keep strengthening your no self perception and the no self anger. The whatever defilements you have has no place to plant. What can the anger do now? You will feel the anger. That's what going to happen, because even a stream winner can have anger and liking, but it happens with the habit. But that system is fully aware that it happens with the habit, but it's that correct view or right view is never going to change, because it's an experience. So then Kamraga particle slowly gets reduced. That is defilements, the cravings, and the what is it, anger, or so they get reduced, and then that happens throughout this reduction of your defilements. And in one particular time, you will keep understanding this Dhamma more and more and more and more, and you will understand that you might feel this again, and get a fully clear idea that these perceptions are actually no value at all. And it started from just one vibration. And then the interest basically interest in these sensory organs go down. That's what happens. Interest in sensory organs go down, and it keep happening and happening and happening, and at the end, the system will become that non-self perception. It's completely no self-perception then, because there is no self-vibration. Self-vibration has gone to zero. How do you feel it? You have to feel it again, that whether it is zero, but because it's in the field level. So I don't know. Did any put to that question, Dr. Sakuntala? Do you think?
Yes, I think yes, you were trying in your best to explain because I know finding words is difficult. Just one more question, Dr. Kokila. Can it happen in a system and still uh, doesn't recognize or doesn't identify?
Yeah. But in Lord Buddha's time, there are
Mm,
examples of that. But you know the beauty? You know the beauty of that is that system is going to feel it again, because this no self
mm.
perception is never going to lay dormant forever. Lord Buddha says, if someone has felt this no self perception at least once in their life, definitely they are going to become that.
So when it happens again and again, the system will be able to identify. Is that
100%.
what you're going to say?
100%.
Okay, right. That was a beautiful explanation, Dr. Kokila. Thank you.
Yeah, Surangika, do you have anything to add?
Well said by Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think as Dr. Sakuntala said, that was actually really beautiful, Dr. Kokila, that explanation. And I think to Dr. Sakuntala's point, if the system has encountered that experience, maybe that initial self-view would have been eradicated, but the rest of some of the taints might still be remaining. But then I think R.N. Vanse has explained in an era where there is no, in a non-Buddha era, still that process or mechanism can emerge, and then through just a natural occurrence of some nature event can attain that final liberation, isn't it? The Pascheka Buddha example that R.M. Maharaj has explained.
And
Because
also a stream winner might vibrate in the human world again. Who knows?
yes, true. Yeah.
So yeah, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. I think it is. I mean, it's. I don't. I don't know. I mean, we should be really having more ability to tell these things, but we struggle. But still, the message is one. Message is just one. Message never changes. The Aran say the message he tried to give 5 years ago, it's the same message he is trying to give now. It has never changed. Never ever changed. He's just trying to give one particular experience and how it evolves. It evolves. It keep evolving because that taints get reduced each time. You know those defilements go down because there's no owner for the defilements. That's why they go down. They don't go down because you do anything. It's just the ownership is not that strong. What can you do? You have a necklace. There's no ownership. So what can that necklace do to that? That's where I want to reiterate. Actually, I wanted to reiterate this again today. That's why, because people talk about the necklace, but what actually happens is when the self view is damaged or shattered or blasted by just one experience, moment of experience, what happens is there's no ownership. The ownership is the one which is damaged, not the necklace. Do you get the point? So the defilements it's both ways. The necklace is already understood. That's why the person actually came that far. If someone is actually attracted to a necklace, that person can't even come to this level. Can you? Like, even for a moment, it will be difficult. But if someone actually came this far, that person has understood this a lot. All our mothers are very suitable for these experiences because they don't have much affinity for any of this stuff. Very good. But it's just getting this puzzle correctly. It is the thing that should be reiterated in these Zoom discussions where we request them earnestly, very lovingly. We request them, try to think about this, but sometimes with our incompetence we might not be able to deliver it properly, and yeah, and we are sorry about that, but we are trying our hard to deliver it so that someone gets a sense of it, because when there is no ownership, what can the defilements do? Defilements are there. It is the defilements are getting more and more because there's a self who is driving it. That's where a person who has had any of these changes is having sila or this vinaya itself. What are the English words for them? I'm not sure, but they have it. They have it without any problem. There's no rules here. That actually it is there. I think I think we are running into the Zoom as well now. Every day we run into that, but anyway. Anything to add, Surankika?
No, Dr. Gopila, I think we can continue tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and I thank everyone else for coming here for a discussion which is beautiful. The discussions are very beautiful, and telling all our experiences, trying to put all this together and connect the puzzle so that someone can feel this and feel that there is no one here. And you losing you is not easy, but it is a possibility. May Triple Gem bless you, and we worship our Enhancer. Theruvan Sannai.
Theruvan Sannai, Dr.
Theruvan
Gopila,
Sannai.
Theruvan Sannai, Dharma Prince, Theruvan Sannai, Ayanwansi.
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kotala, and everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Theruvan Sannai and Namaste. Theruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 89, second paragraph. At this stage, you need to develop the Asavakya Jnana. Asavakya Jnana is the wisdom that will enable to you first to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. Second, you have to have an awareness to see if you gave any value to the thought. Third, you have to analyze if you had an attachment or dislike to the thought that came to your mind. You have to feel the amount of attachment and dislike you felt towards that thought. The wisdom is called Asavakya Jnana. Supposing you see a drawing of a nice sofa on a paper. You like the sofa and you get attracted to what's on the drawing. You think that you will ask a carpenter to make it for you. Then you think of searching for a sofa like that in shops and you think of buying one. You will somehow buy a sofa similar to the one on the drawing because you were attracted to it. Just like that, when we see a sofa outside in the world, we think that it truly exists. But actually, it is just like the drawing of a sofa you saw on the paper. It is not there. It is very difficult to make you understand this. This is like trying to tell you how salt tastes. Until you taste it yourself, you would not know what it really tastes like. But when you develop the wisdom, the asavakya, you yourself will realize that the attachments, your desire for things, tend to dissolve when you see things outside with Yathabhuta Jnana. Whenever you see something and every thought get at every moment, the Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means you have to have the awareness and wisdom at every moment to see that there is no outside. It is only thoughts that create the outside. This is Vidarshanava. You also have to have the Yathabhuta Jnana that there is no outside, that there is no inside, that they are only thoughts. Also, see that the thoughts don't exist, they are lies too. You also need the wisdom of Asavakya Jnana to feel if you still have likes and dislikes. This knowing will give you an indication if you still have a self identity. Every time you have a thought, you should know how much of attachment or dislike you have towards that thought. You have to feel the dissolving of those feelings. As you practice awareness, you realize that the reactions towards the stimuli coming from the senses melt away, and at the same time, your self identity dissolves away when we don't have any reactions to the stimuli. Mehemin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, supposing we see a book outside, but we do not believe that it exists. We know that it is an illusion. Then we don't give any value to it. Our I-ness reduces as much as the little value we give to the book that we see. It is very important that you know that your I-ness reduces according to the value you give to the stimuli that you receive from your six senses. Without this understanding, you cannot realize the pure truth. Also, if you think that you are different from the book that you see, then too you cannot realize the pure truth. Mehenin Mahanse, Honorable Sir, most of the time I listen to the Buddothpado Sutra, the Buddha's teaching. I feel that the more I listen to it, I understand it better. Anand Mahase, that is very good. Each person has to identify some teachings of Buddha that resonates more with them. Then they can repeat listening to it until the teaching becomes very clear to them. Coming back to our discussion, if you clearly understand the path and apply it very well, you will have a feeling of lightness. Meaning Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, then you would feel that you won't find a self identity in that moment. You would be awake to every moment without the self identity. This awakening gives a blissful feeling. Nihimi Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, you have to have a very good understanding of the path. You have to have an awareness and wisdom to go on the path. Contemplate on all that we discussed today. Every time you taste food, don't own the taste as yours. When you have food, when you look around, when you feel a nice smell, see if you are there in that thought. Then contemplate on how to experience that feeling without the self identity. You cannot experience anything without the self identity. Then contemplate on how to look at that experience and find you in it. Mihini Mahase, Teruvan Saranai Namaste. Naren Mahase, Teruvan Saranai. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be upon you. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thirvan Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse, Thirvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence, and guide you to experience non-vibration. So first, we would like to invite uh, Surangika to start the discussion. Thirvan Sarnai. Thirvan Sarnai Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, I am
Could you
there.
please start the
You said
discussion? Yeah.
okay.
Thirvan Sarnai,
Let's start the
Bernard,
discussion.
Thirvan Sarnai,
Yeah.
Yes,
my
Yeah.
friends.
Thirvan Sir.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just joined now, Mr. Bernard. So Dharma, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
Yeah.
can you just
Okay.
summarize what Shani
Okay.
mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sudharma.
All right. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. First of all, let's all worship Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this beautiful knowledge with the entire world. And as usual, Shani read the 2 pages from the book. Today it is the last 2 pages actually. And so far we have been discussing how or how should we see through the stimulus, in order to uh, in order not to be deceived by it, because we all have made from the birth, we have all made this world a reality due to ignorance, and with this true Dhamma we are going against the current. Actually, we have been going with the current, and now we have started to go against the current without the person, of course. So today the main point of the discussion is asavakya jnana, that is the ability, the knowledge one should have to uh, discern or to self-realize that destruction of defilements occur or the diminishing of defilements happens. So this, when we discuss Asavakshaya Jnanaya, we cannot take it by itself because it is one major component of three great knowledges, as we know, the Kubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, then the Chutupapada Jnanaya, and the Asavakshaya Jnanaya. So if we discuss it in relation to the stimulus or a thought, so as we know, the due to the automatic functioning of the sensory organs, certain manifestations happen, and at once this name and form combination, we naturally, not we, as a natural process due to prior perceptions or the prior knowledge we had with that type of formations, naturally a name comes and this name and form combination happens, and that is the formation of a thought according to Dhamma. So this Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, Aryan Hanse has explained very well. It is also called as seeing the Perasit Kanda Pilivela, or actually, if we try to translate, it is to go back to the moment of first exposure to that particular stimulus in one's life. That to say, the first time that if we take the example of mother, let's say it's a perception or the thought is the mother that occurred right now. So going back to, according to this Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, we should have that knowledge to understand this is not a real entity, but uh, one day, once in our life, at some point, somebody introduces this particular shape along with the label, and from there onwards, that thought as a perception um, came to our life, or was there kind of ignorantly we believe that the existence of that perception. So what happens is, so this effort, all these efforts are to understand that this world is not a real entity. So due to this lack of awareness of Dhamma, we used to believe whatever the entities, people and the objects and all other entities, maybe places, everything existed in our life. So with this Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, or the knowledge of going back to the very first thought, and through wisdom see the reality that it was non-existent until someone at some point like introduced this shape along with the label, and then onwards we ignorantly believed the existence of that. And that is the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya. So when to talk about Asavakshaya Jnanaya, we need to have that aspect also, that awareness, that knowledge also. Then the Chutupapada Jnanaya is the knowledge to see the truth in the stimulus that occurs at that very moment. That is a big, for that one should have the proper mindfulness or the awareness that has been highlighted in these sermons over and over again by Aryan Vasi. One should have that awareness. If you are not able, if you are not able to see that it is a stimulus that occurs right now, it is not something that is perceived by an existing sensory organ or existing person, but it is an instantaneous manifestation that happens due to these similar vibrations coming together. So that knowledge one must have, because this is actually we are discussing the volume 1. So these are the basics of this Dhamma, this doctrine of Buddhism, and uh, the effort is to enable a beginner to uh, gain the skill, gain the knowledge to see the reality in the thought formation. So, and then with this knowledge, when one actually gets the thorough knowledge of this, how the first thought occurred in the life, and how and also the skill to see the rising of each and every thought, I mean consciously, because as beginners we have to do it consciously. Later it will come spontaneously. So one experiences the diminishing of the defilements. So here in this description, it was very well explained. Aryan Hase explains how can one understand the diminishing of defilements. How actually when we talk about defilements in relation to a certain object, we have to think about all aspects like attachment. You may be attached to that, or maybe there may be aversion, or equanimity, upeksha. Sometimes you may not be attached to it, you may not have any aversion to it, but that upeksha, equanimity is also a point. So with this wisdom, you should be able to see the level what happened actually, because ignorantly we never paid attention to any of the thoughts that occurred in our, I mean, day-to-day life, unless and until we got this need to understand through Dhamma. And gradually now we have come to a certain level that we feel that our defilements are fading away gradually. But it is a process again. It is very important to mention that it is a process. It is a process. It is not like it does not happen in one go at once or just the moment. But still, uh, that also depends on the skillfulness of the disciple, uh, because Aryan Hansi himself says certain people, Uggatikana people, then and there realize everything, but still others will actually elaborate on this. So Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala is also there. So the discussion today is going to be basically about Asavaksha Jnana. In this section, Shani explained 4 aspects. If I repeat it, first thing, to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. I would like to add a few more thoughts about this, because I questioned Aryan Mohase about this very recently, to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. So what Aryan Mohase also mentioned is you can never see the thought ceasing. It is through wisdom only you know that when the next thought arises, the uh, previous thought has ceased. It is also through wisdom one has to see. And then second point is you have to have an awareness to see if you gave any value to the thought. That is very important. The giving value to the thought is not only positively giving value. with aversion, then again upeksha, equanimity is also, there is some subtle value because we have to get rid of all three when we talk about value. And you have to analyze if you had an attachment or dislike to the thought that came to your mind. Yeah, because this is, as I earlier also mentioned, this is something that happens consciously. As beginners, it is actually learning to see through or penetrate through the stimulus. Then finally it says you have to feel the amount of attachment and dislike you felt towards that thought. Yeah. So how much burning we had in relation to that particular stimulus. So Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala, you can further elaborate on this. So entire thing is about, since this is the last part of the book, it is about how one self-realize the diminishing of defilements. Oh, Asavakshya Jnanaya. Teruvan Saranai.
Thank you, Sudharma. Theruvan Sarnai, everyone. I think you actually gave a very good summary, Sudharma, of the readings of that book, the 2 pages, as well as kind of giving a bit of a compendium of all the facts that were laid out in that discussion. So just to elaborate a little bit more on that, so you're right, and Aryan Mahansa has also explained so many times when mothers come onto the Zoom and say start off somewhere in the middle and or catch hold of the word ashrava and say, now are my ashrava or defilements fading? How do I find that out? And that kind of thing. So then he always points the person out to the 3 jnana or the 3 types of wisdom and says that, you can't have one without the other. And all 3 are interlinked. And in order to come to the point of being able to detect whether the ashrava or the defilements or taints, as we call them, are gradually dissipating, one has to understand the 2 types of wisdom that comes before that. And that is all to do with, obviously, the thought. And the first one is, as you quite rightly said, the Pubbeniwasa Anusati Jnana, or the wisdom of seeing how the thought came about. So to do that, one has to go to the ins and outs of the mechanism of the thought process, and that means right to the very beginning, the core and the very start of the entire process, which means it's from the speed of vibrations, and then understanding that it is the speed of the vibration that then manifests through the sense faculties into perceptions. These perceptions, which are not that are there only in a kind of a basic consciousness level in the form of the light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and so on at the stage of the baby, then gradually develops at the point of maybe say 2-3 years of age when the child goes to Montessori. At that point, with the sense faculties maturing, there is the element of certain information that is then fed into the child. As you already mentioned, images are then associated with sound, taste, and touch and smell. Each of these varying perceptions are given a label, a name, and in that sense reinforced repeatedly to the point that then the whole mechanism of how the mind consciousness works starts to operate. So those basic consciousnesses, the light consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, then combine to form the mind consciousness, which is the thought. So the thought then is not just one thought, it is the bat, the ball, A, B, C, apple, tree, mother, father, and so it is that the list goes on, and with that, with every one of those perceptions comes a thought, and then the thought is projected outside a world then gets formed, and it is this so-called world that then the child starts thinking or believing to be real. And it is these objects, animate or inanimate, that basically courses through the mind, which, not understanding that due to pure ignorance, the existent feel comes about, the sense of aliveness comes about, and the whole self-perception, the I, the ego, then starts to emanate and arise and emerge, which then creates the duality. And so the whole mind trick and that entire process comes about. So, I mean, all this none of us understood before accessing the Dhamma. We had bits and pieces of knowledge that had been gained through the Tripitaka or through different other Dhamma teachings. But to piece this together one by one and ensure that how we know from beginning to end how this whole mind facade works, how the consciousness even comes about, basically from a sensation that also emanates purely from a vibration happening at speed, was not known. It was all from these pure Dhamma teachings that we were able to meticulously understand every little detail, and it is that detail as to how this thought comes about that is understood through the Pubbenivasanusati Jnana, the elements of the thought and how that whole thought process works. So once that is understood, then we come to the Chutupapada Jnana, which is the understanding of the thought or the stimuli that is occurring at this very moment. So we understand also that, this so-called memory that we call in the conventional term is just merely perceptions telepathizing at this very moment. Past perceptions, we call it that way, just from a practical aspect, past perceptions and new perceptions. But it is, if there is a vibration that is happening at this very moment via a particular stimuli occurring in this moment, then to that extent, if there is a similar vibration or an equal vibration, then that telepathizes in this very moment. And it is that experience that is then understood or experienced in this moment. So if one does not know the mechanics of that whole process, one will then believe that stimulus to be true. And it is not just known as a thought, is it? It is put out into that real world. And they consider it a real world. They consider it an object of attachment, as you said, an object of craving, an object of desire, or it can be an object of ill will or hatred. So if one, for example, thinks about, watching something on TV, like a cricket match, for example, or some really nice film. So then sometimes you can, we've all come across this situation where people, sometimes your mother or father or your husband might come and say, and talk to you behind the sofa where you're sitting and watching the TV, but you don't even hear them. You don't even know that they're standing next to you because you're so engrossed in the film. So what happens there? You have completely identified yourself with the watching. That whole thing has become so real to you that you are immersed in it, which means that is where the becoming is. That is where the bhava is, and that's what is mentioned by upadana or identification with stimuli, because of ignorantly not knowing that the object is not real, one has then become the object because of the attachment or the craving. If we take another example, for instance, and this is something that we have come across, like, if there is for example, a dead serpent on the road, you will find the people gathering just out of curiosity to look at it, and then you are passing by, and then you wonder what's the big crowd about, and then you go and peep through the crowd and see what's this whole thing that they're staring about, to see it's some dead serpent, and it's probably stinking. isn't it? On the road. And it's not a pretty sight. I mean, how can a dead serpent be a pleasant sight? And yet people get drawn to it. It's aversion, it's distasteful. And yet there is a kind of a attraction to even the most unpleasant of things. There are so many other instances where we have seen that things that are not nice, things that are not pretty, still people want to see it, still people want to comment on it, still people want to go there and make a comment and say that they were disgusted about it and so on. So this attachment doesn't mean attachment through craving or attachment through desire. It can be the attachment is what we call the binding power. The binding power either through ill will, hatred, detesting something, or through the point of actually wanting something, or even the upeksha, the moha aspect of it, the equanimity aspect of it, of being non-committal about it. I mean, sometimes you can have a policy in a country where people feel strongly about. Another group of people can feel, some people might like it, another group of people might not like it, and then you sit here and you'll say, I don't know why those people don't like it and these people like it. I, of course, I'm fine either way. And you can express a feeling or a statement like that. But then what happens? Even to the point of being having that sense of equanimity, there is still that thing that one feels non-committal about. And then there is that thing where there is a person here feeling non-committal about a particular object. So in all those three instances, there is that identity with the object. The stimuli is real, the duality is still present, and the I and the ego, the self-perception, is still here, happily existing. So the understanding of the Pupenivasānussati leads one to exercise prajna or penetrative wisdom. And when that stimuli occurs in this very moment, there is no betrayal, there is no misunderstanding, there is no getting caught or trapped with that stimuli and getting carried away with that thought through attachment in the form of raga, desha, moha, in whatever form it comes, because one has understood that how the thought process works. And with those two jnana comes the gradual dissipation of the defilements. So we spoke about raga, desha, moha, the defilements and the taints which originates through the zygote level at the shashava, or the taints, the self-vibration, and that is the thing that projects itself through asrava. And by understanding how the thought and the elements of the thought come together, and then understanding this stimuli that occurs in this moment, one will find that by continuing to understand this true Dhamma or Satya Jnana, the things that you have in your life been attached to or suffered from or got worried about or stressed about, one would experience gradually. You can't put a time on it. You can't really put your finger and say when it happened, isn't it? But gradually, whilst listening to the Dhamma, 2 or 3 months go by, 6 months go by, 1 year, 1.5 years. And then you turn around and think, actually, something that I had really got upset about 6 months ago, it doesn't really faze me so much now. I mean, and then something that really worried you, when somebody calls, or your son calls or something, now it's just an incident. Or it doesn't matter whether he doesn't call every day, or it doesn't matter whether he doesn't come to see me once a month, or things like that. So how did that happen? So that happening is because the thought, that is the thing that has kept us bound to the samsaric cycle, which we didn't understand. We thought it was the son, we thought it was the mother, we thought it was our job or career or something else. But ultimately, through the Dhamma, we understand it is the seeing is a thought, the hearing is a thought, all the so-called perceptions or experiences that we have gained was only just a thought. And when one understands that, comes that gradual realization, the gradual awakening, and the dissipation of those defilements, slowly and slowly. And to the point that you mentioned, Sudharma, about the beginner stage, how do we put this into practice? I mean, through Dhamma, one listens to it, one does the penetrative reflections about it, but then together in parallel, one has to be practical. And in that first stage of considering that this so-called external world is not true, it is only something that is occurring in the mind, one starts off by devoting 5-10 minutes of one's time, or attending a practical program where you will devote a certain amount of time by taking the by understanding every perception that comes through, and understanding that if one hears a sound, it is the mind that says that it is a crow sound. If one gets a smell to the nose, then it is the mind that says, or it is the thought that says that it is the smell of jasmine. So when one puts this gradually into practice, it is quite difficult. It can be quite exhausting at the beginning. I'm sure followers of Buddothpado talks will understand that initially analyzing the thought was quite challenging. But if one does that for initially 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, gradually that thing starts to become easier, and then one is able to, through the Satyajnana as well, invariably be able to gain that kind of practice and ingrain that into one's daily activities. And that happens slowly, but it really does. It starts gradually becoming part and parcel of one's day-to-day activities, that then you don't have to actually pay too much of effort separately, and you will be able to make that whole practice a part of your day-to-day activities, and gradually those objects and the worry and the attachment and the desire that is attached to those objects through thoughts and the thought process starts dissipating, so that that gradual awakening will arise. So maybe Dr. Sakuntala can add to that more.
Thiruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for the beautiful explanation and the examples also. And Dr. Kokila is also here now. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, the main topic today is Asavakshaya Jnanaya. That is, yes, we discussed basically about, as it is one of the three great knowledges, Trividya, Pubbe Nivasa, Nusati, Chutupapada, and Asavakya Jnana. So Dr. Sakuntala is also here, so we can discuss. Thiruvan Saranam.
Sorry, I got late because one of the kids got injured. So actually, when we talk about the Asavakshaya Jnana, it's very difficult to judge when you are in the mind, but when you are in the field, that's the only way to talk about the Asavakshaya Jnana. So it is a bit difficult sometimes, because sometimes we can be in the mind and then we can judge, we can judge. So judging is in the mind, but actual feel has nothing to do with the judgment. So that's the most important aspect of the Asavakshaya Jnana. The feel, how the feel has no explanation, how much vibration you get, how much power. The way the power has dissipated, power has reduced. So that's the only guidance we have. But we can't talk about it once while in thinking. Thinking always has a bias. Thinking always has a judging person there. So the judgment is always biased. Judgment is always biased towards the judging person, kind of the self. So this bias can be good or bad. I mean, someone might say, I don't understand this, or might say, I don't feel it, or someone might say, yeah, I feel it a lot, sometimes, something like that. But this judgment, when you are inside the mind, is not the best way to ascertain what kind of power you have inside you. The power, the power getting reduced has nothing to do with the day-to-day life. You might not even notice it. Someone may not notice it. The functions will be similar. Even the talking sometimes maybe actually maybe shouting also. But still, that's only to oneself that will be obvious, unless it's another person who is closer to non-vibration, or who is non-vibration. Yeah, I think Dr. Sakatala can add something to Tiruvan Sannai.
My drama friends. I think Surangika and Sudharma gave a very detailed description about the three wisdoms that that was read from the book. I remember Arenahase mentioning that the term wisdom is not the exact word for this one, because for the jnanas, jnana is the Pali term, and also in Sinhala also we use the same term, but it doesn't actually interpret what is meant by jnana, because it is something that it's not a knowledge, it's not a book, something that you can study and achieve, but it's something that blooms from within the system. So as you all mentioned, now the asavakya jnana, or the feel that the defilements are sort of less or getting faded. It's not something that you can achieve as a thought. It's something that the system will feel with time, and especially when the same stimulus occurs, same kind of situation is faced with, the system will feel that the fire which used to erupt at those instances is less. So in other words, the word, we use the word fire, but actually it's the defilements, or in other words, it's a self-perception, the self-feeling. All are sort of used to describe the same thing, the current which comes up. This is actually part of the system, initially starting as sensor function, and then automatically in the older child, these sensor functions will merge together and the thought is formed. And it happens within such a sort of fast rate, fast speed. Or older child or the adult will automatically experience the thought. So this thought is the one that we take as real because of the ignorance. Now everything is a thought basically. What we do, what we think, what we talk, everything our thoughts. So when you sort of open it up or stretch it and see, it's the uh, cumulated effect of the sensor functions, where there are forms of uh, shapes, forms of sound, then forms of smell, taste, and the skin feeling. So these are the components of the thought. And when you go a little deeper, we know now that as people who have been listening to these discussions again and again, we know that they are actually the result of fast vibration that happens at the sensor level, or the creation of the sense faculty means creation of the sound or creation of the shape or creation of a taste, smell, etc. So these, when you realize this truth, actually how it happens, it's not easy because we have been experiencing the thoughts as it is from the time that we remember. From our small age, these thoughts are formed again and again, and because of the repetitive uh, action, repetitive formation of these thoughts, some thoughts are very sort of strong, and because of this uh, strong nature of the thoughts, in other words, they have very fast vibrations, and we feel that as if it is real. So the thoughts are given life, in other words. Uh, we feel that the thoughts are alive. And like the other side of the coin, the alive thought mean that there is a self who is experiencing. So when I talk briefly about the practical side, these three wisdoms, actually, the Pubbē Nivasanussati Jnanaya, I think already has been described. It is basically analyzing or what happens in the past thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. And Chutupapata Jnanaya is the analysis of the present thought, how it happens. So that means the present thought has the components, as I mentioned earlier, the all types of forms. And these two are very, strongly interconnected, because one will not occur without the other. So this part, actually, we talk in detail in the second step of our practical experience, where we focus to the mind. Now, in the first step, we talk that everything is a creation in the mind, and when we come to the second step, then we analyze how the thought is formed. Then we talk in detail about these two jnanas that I just mentioned. And when you understand how these thoughts are formed, how this creation occurs, and what is the magic behind that, the value which gets automatically added to the thought becomes less and less. It becomes sort of like a very colorful picture, which was initially a very bright colored picture, which looked like a real one, but generally, after exposure to the sun, you can see that the colors are fading off, and then the value of that picture also gets less and less. So something like that, the value which the thought received earlier becomes less and less. So that is where you can apply the other jnana that we already sort of mentioned, Asavakya jnana. That means when you realize that there is nothing valuable, nothing to be taken seriously in these thoughts, the the thought itself becomes weaker, and or well, the value becomes less and less, and that is where you can explain that the current which occurred in this process gets less and less. If any of you can add anything or any corrections are needed, please go ahead. Terwa Saranai.
Again, when we talk about all three, the things that we talk about, I don't know how they are told in
Jnana.
English, but
Yeah, I think we have to talk as jnana.
jnana,
Yes.
that again, the reiteration is these are these have to be kind of understood and also at the same time felt. So understanding part is done with the help of the mind, and we have, as humans, we have the best ability to understand how these vibrations work, and yes, and let it be. And that let it be part is the most important part here, because with help of these things, when you know, with the help of the mind, when you know all these things, first we let go, and then only you will actually feel it. So that's the catching part here. Is it's not about the knowing this. It's not difficult. Everyone can know this. The catching part is actually know it and then actually let go, and then feel these things. Even the knowing about the past, how these things happen, you have to kind of feel it, how it telepathizes, like specifically how this happens, and how this particular moment, and how we can relate to the kind of the power which is again in the feel part. So everything is the catchy part is, or difficult part is not actually understanding this, because a lot of people can understand this, but to actually practically feel it, and the pitfalls are trying to uh, carry this knowledge very heavily is not going to work. But also if you take it very lightly also, that then you won't understand it. So such a balance we need in this part. So I think that is the important thing to remember. Yeah, anyone else?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Anyway, at the, I mean, basic level, if we say this analysis of the thought is important, isn't it? As you say, the knowledge is very important. Otherwise, we never know such a thing. This is an illusion, even we don't know. And I have experience, and as you said, Dr. Kokila, now only I actually figured out very recently the difference between this knowledge and feeling thing. Uh, Although I tried, I contemplated, I visualized what this feeling is like. I don't know whether it's the exact feel that you all are talking about, but sometimes within some certain things are kind of discern this, some awareness is happening without the involvement of thought. So something very last week, something not interesting, some incident happened. I in a hurry, I used some detergent to clean the kitchen sink and it left like stain on it. That glossy layer is damaged. So it is so ugly. But I knew it's ugly and actually I would have replaced it the very next day. But it didn't happen yet. I know it is ugly, but it is there. But that burning is not there. I don't think about it even. It's not a like big deal, but it is ugly. I know that it is ugly, and someday it should be replaced. That knowledge is also there. That awareness is also there. And another thing that I would like to share, you might laugh at me anyway. When I first joined the Zoom today, only Shani was there. Shani was reading. So I was just waiting. And then Mr. Justin, the name only. So I saw how the value is, being attributed to these things I perceive. So some happiness is there. Then I saw Dr. Sakuntala. Then again, the value added. Then Miss Surangika was there. And ultimately Dr. Kokila. So these little things help us to, understand this value we attribute to the thoughts also. When we uh, very simple things, but I felt the value that I can't explain the exact feeling I had, but I felt that there is certain values being attributed to these letters that appear in the participant list. So
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it that way, it is that way. If you don't look at it that way, it is not that way. So it is bit, again, the second, the one we talk about, like perception not being true. Part is still very important. I don't know how important, how else I can reiterate the same thing. Like I'm just curious to know how that one particular message is not going through. That perception part is actually not. It's still kind of there. Yeah, I think one day with all these discussions, you would definitely feel that the value of the perception also would not be there. It is a very subtle thing. It's not the actual value as before, but mind consciousness being true. Mind consciousness. Yeah.
yes, Dr. Kokila, what I am telling is that your absence mattered in some way, to be
No,
honest.
I'm talking about the
Yeah,
previous one,
yeah.
not the phone one.
Okay, the stain.
Yeah, the stain. Still, the stain is there. That's not light. I don't know how to say that even, because these are very confusing words that we put out. I don't think it is fair even, because it's very difficult to say.
I think what you're trying to say is, so Dharma, you're saying that it didn't become a thing, but unconsciously there is a noting of the fact that there is a stain in the sink. The perception of a stain is there as a perception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, but the
And
problem is an arahant will know that too. So it is
yeah,
so
exactly.
subtle,
So
this.
yeah.
It's so subtle to even I don't know how to even say this anymore, because for a beginner I can keep telling this, but if someone is actually, you know, that's why we value actually Aranance's word, because I still feel that there should be a difference. There should be a different experience, but I don't know how to put that into words even, because
I'll give an example. I mean, Sudharma, you can relate to this. I mean, all of us can. Even during that International Meditation Center opening ceremony, and Mahansa was saying the day before night, he had thought of having that fresh flower bouquet or something in front of the Buddha statue. And that was, I mean, it came to him as a thought. And then he called various people, Lasana Flora and all these people, and arranged that in the dead of the night and said, this is the way it should happen, this is the pattern, and this is the way it should be decorated, so on and so forth. Went into an elaborate plan and organized it and did everything. And stuck to that plan and got it done. So now can you say that he was fixated by the idea that it was a thing for him? No. And yet that whole thing was done. So even with an arahat, as Dr. Kokila says, if that stain in the sink was there, there will be a thought that it will have to be repaired at some point, that there is a stain, that it needs to be repaired. And at some point, they will call a person and get it repaired. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? But then the perception and how the perception has become real for one person and not for the arahat is the finer point, isn't it?
finer point, and it is what matters is only the feel. So the feel has no description, and so yeah, you can't really.
That's why Sudharma, even R.N. Vanse sometimes says when people describe these kind of experiences, he says it's sandhitika, self-evident. Only you will know whether how that feeling is when that thought of that thing comes to mind, how one feels towards it, the feeling associated with that.
Yes,
And
if
what I
I
can definitely say is it's not the no self experience that is evident, but the actually in the path we can have any of these statuses, like
yes,
meditative
the
statuses.
emotional engagement was not there. That was absent. It's not a big thing even to say. I just actually thought you would comment on it and it would be useful. So this that emotional engagement part is not there. That it's. I mean, everything
Yeah,
happens
then that is
rationally.
all right.
Yeah,
That is all right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is whether this feel is, if it is the feel, there is no discussion about it.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah, Peruan Saranai, I don't know whether Sudharma felt a bit sort of, well, I don't know whether you can use the word happiness, but some form of satisfaction within you for not having any
Yeah.
burn towards that pantry cupboard incident. In that